Oh, sorry about that, everyone. Thank you for joining. Oh, sorry, did you want to finish the game? Were you gonna start another one? How are you all doing today? I feel like it's been forever since I've talked to you guys. It's been like an hour?
I'm first, woohoo!
Oh, thank you for redeeming first. Did anyone redeem first last time? Ingarashi, thank you for redeeming first last time. And Evil Rafus, thank you for redeeming first this time. Again, sorry about that. I don't know, sometimes I start my stream and I'll be doing whatever I'm doing during the 10 minutes and I'll come back and I look and it's like 66% dropped frames, that's what it was, and I'm like, well, shit. So I restarted the computer and now it's at 0.0% dropped frames, so... You tried turning it off and then back on? Sometimes rebooting it is all you have to do. %, it just started. It can only, well, I'm not gonna make any predictions. Hey, 2 even numbers. I don't know if I remembered to refill my other water. I did not. So, how are you all doing today? How is your Monday going? Is there anything new? Anything exciting? How's life? Anyone have any stories? Oh my gosh, I'm sorry to hear that. Do you wanna, is it a good story, horrid customer, or is it just like, wow, customer service sucks? Sounds delicious. I think PB&Js are kind of underrated, although you need a lot of water to drink them, or you need to drink a lot of water to eat them, in my experience. Absolutely cracked out and thought everyone was tracking her and hacking her phone. Oh, lovely. Wait, I don't know if you ever told me what you do. You don't need to tell me if you don't want to, but... Your son's birthday is Thursday. That's exciting. Do you guys have any plans? Computer tech. Oh, that just makes it even better. You could definitely get some interesting ones there. This is only barely related. I don't know why this is what popped into my head in relation to that, but have you guys, I think it was College Humor, they made a porn customer service line. It's on YouTube. Have you guys seen it? Do you want to see it? Wait, you got scared? Wait, you got scared in real life because of what? Alright. Hang on, let me find it. It is College Humor. Gameplay.
Tech support, my name is Kunal. How may I be of assistance?
Yeah, your website logged me out, and now it won't take my password.
I can take care of that for you, sir. What site were you using?
Sticky tits.
I'm sorry?
Sticky tits. .jizz.
Okay, sir. And can I get your username?
Oh, my name's Mark.
Hi, Mark. I said your username.
Dr. Cockter.
Oh, is that a DR or
It's
is it
spelled out.
And for security purposes, what was the name of your first pet?
Charlie, but that's not what I wrote down.
What did you write, sir?
I put, screw this question, I want to jerk it.
And we're good. Now, what video were you watching?
I had a bunch of different tabs open, I don't know.
Anything you can remember, sir.
So is this necessary?
Yes, sir. It'll really help us get your account back up and running.
Okay, it was a guy and a girl.
You're going to have to be a little more specific, sir.
It was a babysitter, and the guy was dressed like a giant baby, and he had her up against the wall, and he was slapping her.
In the face?
No, in the butt. He was slapping her butt, and it rippled.
I'm sorry, it rippled?
Yes, it was a close-up of her butt, and her butt rippled.
And was it around this butt ripple that you were logged off?
No, it was during the foot job. Is this being recorded?
For quality assurance, yes.
Okay, hi, who's that?
I'm a quality assurance representative.
Sir, I'm going to need a list of the search items that you used.
Well, I searched amateur,
And?
interracial,
And?
mother and daughter,
And?
fisting, gagging, and tent rape.
I'm sorry, that last one?
Yeah, it's short for tentacle rape. Look,
Sir, how often do you access our site?
I'm sorry, who is this?
I'm an account representative.
Okay, I go on once every couple of weeks.
That's not what my records are showing.
Then what did you ask me for?
All right, sir. I'm going to have to ask you to recreate the events leading up to the problem.
You mean do what I was doing right before?
Yes.
No.
Well, I can always delete your account.
Okay, all right, fine. Oh, just hold on. First, I emptied a bottle of lotion into my hand, belt around my neck, and nipple clamps. And while I was watching the video, I would whisper to myself, ooh, just like that, just like that. Now, do you have everything you need from me?
Please, sir,
You've been
go
drinking
on.
water.
And I was about 3 knuckles deep, up inside of my own.
Oh yeah, here we go.
Who's that?
Kevin?
Okay, Kevin, what do you do? Yeah, okay, how many people are on this phone call right now?
Hey.
How are ya?
Guilty.
What's up?
Okay, thank you. I'm getting off now.
Oh, no.
Come on, you're blue balling us.
Bye.
Tech support, my name is Kunal. How may I be of assistance?
Gotta love college humor. Probably could have turned the screen around before I did that, but yeah, an oldie but a goodie. It's definitely been around for a while. I mean, some of my favorite videos are old memes. I know at one point I showed you guys the censored version of the Count song. Dagus, you're not a fan of Dropout?
You got here second. Be quick next time, Pepega.
Thank you for redeeming second, Mr. Kennedy. By the way, how is the end of your guys' streams? Yeah, I'm not a fan of paying either, but they do have a lot of good free stuff. It's on YouTube. Yeah, the content is incredible. I've watched too much of their site. Oh my gosh. Yeah, there was a solid amount of time where he was my top celebrity crush. And I know he's not technically a celebrity, but he was absolutely, like, you know, he's the person I watch in media. Absolutely my celebrity crush. He knows everything. He's amazing at stand-up. He's an incredible DM, just the stories he comes up with. Also, what was the other one? Zakoyama. Zakoyama is really cool. Pretty much. There's a couple other ones that I really like. I like the energy. Or, Grant O'Brien is also really cool. Mr. Kennedy, I just saw 5 days and I was like, I don't think that's true. The misses, you got scared really bad? What is that game? I've never seen it before, and then suddenly it seems like a bunch of people are playing it. Yeah, you unfollowed from my sound. Moving into another room so you don't have to hear the sound of my voice, understandable. Yeah, looks like Phasma, but with a different. So that's very similar to Phasma. But better jump scares and gameplay. Okay. You can be asleep and not hear my voice. That makes sense. Ghosts scare you while you try to do it? Do the ghosts not scare you during Phasmophobia? Last night I had a dream that I told you guys a story. It was an embarrassing story, and I was like, I should just tell them the story now. Now I can't remember which story it was because it was a dream. But it was a real story, I just can't remember which one it was. Seems like... I forgot that that's the sound that I picked, and I'm very happy that I picked that sound. Thank you for redeeming Get Lit! Well deserved! You've been waiting forever! And this weekend should work out fine. It has been hot recently. You like the progression and lore of... Is there lore? Fire, 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 fire! It hasn't been like hot. I've been able to hang out in my room with the door closed, which when it's really hot I can't do that because my room is always the hottest in the summer and the coldest in the winter, and no matter what I do, that does not change it. We could be blasting the AC and that will make it cool in here, but it's still warmer than any other room in the house. I will have window open with fans blowing. I have like 3 fans that are just in my room for the summer. And the... Yeah. Urkamus, welcome in! I was so confused. Mr. Savage, hello! How are you? By the way, that is something that Urkamus and I figured out how to do recently, is for anyone that is a tier 2 and above subscriber, you are able to... I'm assuming for Blockhead you want me to do it. You don't want me to do it now, right? Skenya, hello! How are you? Yeah, that's what I thought. 78.8 degrees. Damn, that is cool for what you've been saying. I think today it was like 70. It's 56 right now. Okay. I don't know. It's really nice until you get used to it. That's a thing. You definitely do get used to certain temperatures. I'm pretty sure he translated it to Fahrenheit because he knows that I don't know what Celsius is because he said Celsius one time. Is that correct, Mr. Savage? Because that didn't look like Celsius numbers. Celsius numbers are normally much smaller. Oh, right. You can get a walk-on sound. And a walk-on sound is just where what happened with Urkamus right now, where he didn't even say anything, but as soon as he entered my chat, a sound played that he was able to pick, just letting us know that he's here. And he picked that sound, and I approved it. Necrotic also has one, I believe, but I didn't hear it. Maybe because it played earlier when I didn't have my headphone in. Because you haven't set it up yet. Go to the blurb panel, or if you're on your phone, I think you could just go to like the blurb icon, and then go to, I think, library and make sure you're logged in, and then settings and click walk on. Do it. Wait, but you have to be a tier 2 or above subscriber. Or anyone that's been following me for at least several months. I'm thinking like the followers that have been with me since I was before I was affiliated. That loyalty should be rewarded if they decide that they want a yeah, words. So, way past your pay grade? Wait, what do you mean? It shouldn't cost any money for you to get a... Oh, it's too much work for you? Fair enough. Fair enough. I could walk you through it some other time when I'm not streaming, during our next streamer study group. It doesn't take that long to set up. But yeah, that's a cool thing that I figured out how to do, and I found it exciting. That's the first time that I've been streaming when I heard it work, because I wasn't sure if it would work. I think the sound that I set for myself for Urkamus was something along the lines of why are you mad? It's just a game, why are you mad? Or something like that. Just, you know, intentionally picking something that is irritating, because I feel like that suits me. That suits people's, when they think of me, I hope they think, wow, that bitch is really good. I don't even know why I follow her. Is that the case? I'm trying to remember what the dream story was. If I remember, I may or may not tell you, because it wasn't a somewhat embarrassing story if I remember correctly. Which I don't remember correctly, because I can't remember what the dream is. Okay, well, I've been chatting for a little while. Should probably get to it, huh? Oh, by the way, I reached 300 followers today. Exciting! Oh boy, Higurashi. Yeah, good luck. Good luck with that. I don't know if anyone here watches Stargate, but I just started Stargate Universe, and at the very beginning when they get trapped on the ship, they don't have coffee. And there's this one scene where the lead scientist, who's already an asshole, like, not even a lovable asshole, he's just an asshole. And I guess he's used to drinking like 5 or 6 cups of coffee a day or more. And smoking, and so not only is he really stressed about the fact that they're on the ship and people want to leave and he doesn't trust anyone and he feels like he's surrounded by morons and he wants to be there but no one else wants to be there, so everyone's complaining. He's also withdrawing from caffeine and nicotine, and there's just this one scene of him just screaming at everyone about how they're all morons, and the actor did a very good job because there's literally like spit flying out of his mouth and then he just collapses and apparently passed out for like 15 hours. It's a very intense scene, and I was like, I kind of relate to that. Whenever I am withdrawing from caffeine, nicotine. 1.73 viewers, wow! And you haven't even been streaming all that long. That's awesome! Congratulations, missus! Yeah, I had me and my alt lurking for you all day, so hopefully that helped. Yeah, 1.73, that's awesome. Took me a while to get. It takes most people a while to get there. I do have an alt. I have an alt that I have set up to lurk during my. I've heard it. I've talked about it before. I have it set to lurk during my streams so that I can tell when ads are playing. It doesn't work very well, especially since a lot of the times it will get gifted subs. I wish there was a way I could reject them. Well, I have verified chat only, and apparently I'm not able to verify my own account. So just trust me. I was trying to type I am Teddy. I've got to say I had my viewers before I had my followers. I had my viewers before I had my followers too. I got affiliated in I think a little under 3 months, and I think that I got there. I definitely had the required views before I had the required followers. Yeah, followers are hard times. I started with Mist, which is a very, very small, like, I didn't think anyone was ever going to want to watch me play Mist because I thought it would be boring to watch. It was the only game that I had that I was kind of interested in starting because I thought it wouldn't be too hard, which is hard in a different way. And it came out in 1963. And it's a really, really, really hard puzzle game. So most people, it seems like, haven't even heard of it. But it turns out that it has a very small but dedicated fan base. So even though there weren't a lot of viewers, I reached 3 pretty quickly. I have not played Home Sweet Home. I don't think that one's on my list either. Doesn't look like it's on my list. But it is now. See, it just told me that I had an ad. I saw it too late, but it served its purpose for once. What is this music that's playing? Is it still the same playlist? It is. Deku Palace. Oh, Twilight Princess. Mrs. needs to play. Oh, right, because I had like a weird amount of viewers for while I was playing Minesweeper. Yeah. I mean, from a societal perspective, probably, because it's not very common, but if you prefer having shaved legs, then... Oh, you don't know what Minesweeper is? It's that game that they used to have on, like, really old, ancient Windows computers, just pre-installed, kind of like they had pre-installed Tetris on a lot of old phones before phones became a thing. So, I'm trying to think. Okay, you know what? Screw it. Have you ever heard of an epilator? Because I get very angry when I shave my legs because I hate doing it so much. And there was one time where I was trying to get it over as quickly as possible, and I ended up shaving off a chunk of skin about this big. So I don't shave my legs anymore. I use an epilator, which is... Does anyone know what an epilator is? It's basically a bunch of tiny tweezers on a mechanical roller. So it's kind of like, you know, glass half empty or glass half full. It's like half full. It's like shaving, or it's like waxing but slower, or like tweezing but faster. It is painful. But I have yet to shave off a massive chunk of skin that left a scar for 3+ years, so it's better. Yeah, it's not visible anymore, but the scar is still there, and it's been years. I can see where it used to be. It's like shiny still. Yeah. It's not my favorite activity. I really hate that it's sort of considered. Yeah, I do. The thing about an epilator or waxing is it lasts longer. It's super smooth, and then it lasts longer because it's plucking it at the root, so it lasts like weeks. Oh, you're trying a straight razor? That's dangerous. Why? There are epilators that are specifically for your face. Laser hair removal also works. You need to shave, so it would grow back pretty quickly, or as quickly as it does for shaving, until it starts to take effect, which takes weeks. That's not good. That's really not good. Probably means that you have grown hairs or something. I don't know. If you're able to, that wouldn't work. I don't know. That sounds terrible. Yes, to do laser hair removal, you need to, because I have looked into this, you need to shave it, and then they blast it with the light. And because you've shaved, it's still pretty close to the skin, so the light is able to target the root, and it only works in certain situations as well. It doesn't work for everyone because what it does is it targets a different, like a darker color. So if you have really light blonde hair, it likely won't work. And if you have people of color can't do laser hair removal because since it targets dark colors, it would just target their skin and that could cause burning. Yeah. It's sort of like, but you still do need to shave, and because what it's doing is it's at the root, it's targeting the darker colored hair and burning it. So it does work, but you need to shave until it starts working. It's like a couple month process. You've always wanted to do your face for laser hair removal, or? Yeah. Well, try an epilator. Last week's. It's painful, but it's not that bad. And you won't cut yourself. And the more frequently you do it, the longer you epilate, the less frequently you'll have to do it, because every single time the hair at the root gets weaker and thinner, so it grows back slower. I don't think you're alone in that, Diagoose. With the exception of my hair, I would agree. And depending on the day and the heat, I might even agree for the rest of my head as well. Trichotillomania? Or trichotillomania? That is where you obsessively pull out your hair, right? Trichotillomania is not it, so yeah, I have, as a symptom of my anxiety, I have dermatillomania, which is why I know what that is. You know, I've heard a couple people who say that they do the same thing with their eyelashes. I can't stand having things that close to my eyes. Like, it took me forever to learn how to do makeup. Yeah, okay, so I was right, trichotillomania. I'm sorry to hear that. That doesn't sound like fun. Wait, have you been growing facial hair since you were in 4th grade? For your eyelashes? I'm pulling out your hair. Okay. So, dermatillomania is obsessive picking at the skin. So, which I guess sounds kind of gross, but it just means that I touch my face a lot, and if there's any blemishes at all, I will continue to pick at them until, yeah, okay, sorry, that got kind of gross. But the reason I wear this brand of fake nails specifically, in case anyone else suffers from the same thing. I don't think this says the name of the box says the name. But it's Kiss Impress, and they are from CVS, and they are super, super cheap. And because they are super, super cheap, they are made of this soft plastic that bends, and I'm not able to break my skin using them when I have them on. So, I can't bite my nails, and I can't break my skin as long as I have these on, so that is why I use them. Yeah, you're not supposed to be able to bend most fake nails, but as you can see, these are very bendy. I mean, I'm sure that... Aww. That's cute. There are a lot of different colors. I'm sure that if you wanted to find, like, nude color, skin colored, normal, like, you probably could find them. Alright, then yeah, just go for it. I've got a ton of different colors. The ones... As I keep them, there's different sizes, so there's a lot that don't fit my fingernails, but I do keep them and I'll reuse them. I don't know why I'm looking as if I could see them from here. It's like on my shelf over there, but I've got like a lot of different colors. I like black and red for the most part. Black and purple. Well, these are lilac, although I don't know if you can tell that. So they are purple, but I think they appear gray or white on camera. Yeah, I'm not overly happy with them now that they're on. They were pretty in the box. I don't think I bought these though. Normally I buy black or red. Or white but with cool textures. There's these one set that I got, they had like... They were white, but they had like black marbly texture on it, so it looked like they were made of marble, and it was just really cool. Right? That sounds cool. I could see if I could find one, if you want to see. That would probably take too long. I should start the game. It's been like 40 minutes, not including when I had to restart. We've been talking about nails and body hair for too long. Okay, so Little Nightmares 2, I was stuck in that store area for entirely too long. Let me go... I know some people talk for hours before they play, but I also start playing very late. Okay, so I'm going to go turn off the light. Actually, let me turn on these lights. And I can see if... Let's see if there's like a... Oh, you did! Hang on. So there is one more step.
Hey, listen!
There it is. Walk on. I don't need to listen to it. I trust you. It has been approved. So now if you do exclamation point walk on, it should play. Or if you go back into the same app and click walk on, where you first went to suggest it, you can select autoplay. You can only play it once every 12 hours. You're not gonna play it? Well, you could always select a different one. Alright, I will be right back. Right. I don't know if you'll be able to see it because of the light, but I found the box so you could sort of see what I was trying to talk about. Hey, thank you so much. Much appreciated. Alright, and elf ears, alrighty. I very much appreciate that. Did I do that correctly? Yeah, I think I did. I feel like it looks better with my hair up with just like a little bit of hair coming down in front. One leg shaved and in bed. Just leave it like that. It'll be fine. Oh, maybe I need to refresh the... Hang on, let me refresh the cache for my blurb source. Where is my blurb source? I won't be able to find it over here. Refresh cache. Okay. There. Should play now. How are you doing today, 80? I don't know if you're joking or not, Necrotic, but that's Angarashi, who we play games with every now and then. Okay, so this is where I was stuck last time. Oh no, why? Hartash, welcome in. God. I hate this one so much. I always feel like I need to take a shot of something. Honestly, I should just get rid of it. Alright, 5 minutes. I always just overthink it. Does that make sense? I overthink to the point where I'm like not able to be sure if I'm actually singing or not, doing like the sing-song. No, I'm doing the sing-song tone for 5 minutes. Like Sammy does. I don't know why it's not working, Mr. Kennedy. How are you doing, Hartash? Okay, starting now. Alright. I don't know how to sing. Really glad that it's dark, otherwise you guys would be able to see me blush. Okay, so a whim away, a whim away, a whim away. In the jungle, the mighty jungle. So earlier I tried bringing the shopping cart down here, but I was not strong enough to drag it over this somehow. That's still water. Need something to give me a boost. Get up there. Can't drag anything.
Correct your posture.
Who is seeking? Oh, come in. Yup. How did you know? And there's nothing in here. Pick up that. Parkour. All right. The only thing I think I can. Oh. Guess there's nothing. And it's over. Well, I did bring the cart down and I wasn't able to drag it all the way over. Unless it was glitching, which it is known to do. That's what I tried to do. But my small child character is not able to drag it over the hump into the other room. Yeah, I know. Time's up. Yeah, we've been talking about weird body things. See what I'm saying? A small child. Oh my gosh. Okay, anyone who was here watching this last time can confirm that I tried to get it over for like 5 or 6 minutes. Like pulling from the front, pushing. Oh my gosh, I am so mad right now.
Hydrate, bitch!
Thank you for the hydrate. Yeah, the reason I moved it was so that I could... At the start of the level, the shopping cart is all the way over on the other side of the shelf, and I have to move it over to the other side of the room so I can climb up and turn the power off. So I'd already moved it. Yeah, to start off with, it's all the way over here. So I had to drag it over there to get the power to turn off so I could walk around without being electrocuted. Do I have a voice fan? I don't think I have a voice fan set up. Weren't you planning on saving up so you could do an entire stream of just, I have a voice fan? Really? No one's resumed it then. Oh my gosh, I do have a voice band. No one's redeemed it. Completely forgotten about it. I'm so mad. Well, I just want to say that was one of the first things that I tried. Good night, Mrs. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for the games earlier. Oh my god. God. Oh my gosh. Pass the room. Yeah, it was. you. Thank you for making sure I was able to get through. Necrotic. Sweet dreams. Oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck. Go, 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 go. I forgot to look at. Oh god. Oh, too late now. I forgot to look at the time. But it has been at least 5 minutes, so I'm going to put 5 more on this clock and then I'm going to take this off so I could put my hair up. Yeah, definitely. Dumbass. Oh my god. Okay, I don't always break it. Why did I break it? Because I was in a rush? Alright, I'm taking him off then. So I can put my hair up. And then I'll take them. Don't worry, I'll put them back on. What's it matter? You're going to sleep.
Damn! Where your mama at? Leave me alone. Go to bed. Leave.
There. I have to put it. Alright, good enough. Thank you. Okay, so I said I'd give 5 extra minutes. And it's 49 right now. So it... $10:04? I'll just say 10:04. Okay, good night. Six! No! Come on! Come on! Come on, buddy! Come on, buddy. I believe in you. Get through the... What the fuck? It is me. Elf Teddy, the little known member of, Lord of the Rings. Come on. So close. So close to saving her. Pick up the... What would you define the difference between creepy and spooky? Hold on! Pick up the... Pick it up. Pick it up. Pick it up. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Oh god, I don't like this. Spooky is similar to scary, and creepy is weird and uncomfortable. Alright. Are you guys able to see it? Is it too dark? Should I turn up the brightness? Because I'm just noticing that on my phone it's very dark. I hate this, 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 I hate this. He's cheating. Fuck. Oh my god. I need a breather.
Hydrate, bitch!
Thank you for the hydrate. It's already too late. Every second counts with this asshole. Okay, I've made it. It's very intense. And the music hasn't changed, which means that it's not over yet. He's still out there. Come on. Sprint, fucker, sprint. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. What the fuck? It started with him catching me. Oh my god, fuck. Seems like an easier way to go. It's like it doesn't grab. Come on, come on, come on. Go, 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 go. Oh, fuck. Come on. Oh my gosh, did he fuck up the remote? Is that what that is right there? It's a busted remote right there, isn't there? It's her soul. Oh boy. What the fuck? Oh, come on. Did he just fall to his knees? Did I just lose my head? Oh shit. Way to go! Yeah, fuck off, mate. Can I have my hat back? Or is it gone for good? Bro. I just used the signal to teleport. It's an incredibly intense game. Where's my helmet, my hat? Do I just not get my hats anymore? Nope, no more hats. Alright, before I go in there, I need to take a restroom break. I'll be right back. I'll leave y'all with tic-tac-toe. Okay, I'm back. Did I miss anything in chat while I was running for my life? Oh, Necrotic, you're still here. Thank you, thank you. Oh, you're not here. I scrolled too far. Okay. So, achievement unlocked. Failed? Okay, this is the corridor that I'm always tripping about. Places. Speaking of acid trips. Ooh. You hear that echo? Oh no, this is where... I don't want to go through that door. I have a feeling bad things are going to happen in that door. That's Six's music, isn't it? I was just in. Okay, so what's the puzzle here? So I just... I swear it's got something to do with this eye. Doesn't seem to like it when I go this way. Okay, let's think. There's the eye right there, and then there's an eye there. Music is louder over here. You know, sometimes weird smoke that comes off of him saying to go that way. Okay, cool. If I were to go... What would happen if I went through one of these doors, even though it's clearly wrong? Oh, the weird smoke. Many, many doors. Whoa. God damn it. And so I needed to go the wrong way at least once. Now, this way. I know that the music isn't closer. Didn't see me. There we go. These are weird puzzles. I know I'm not gonna like whatever's on the other side of this. It's 6. 6, what did he do to you, man? It's the music box we found her with, isn't it? Glitching. 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 Okay. Thanks. I'm sorry. Oh. I'm sorry, 6. It's not gonna go well for either of us. Sorry, 6. I'm sorry. Oh, fuck. God damn. Cannot hesitate at all. Fuck, 6. Take a chill pill. To be fair, he did break her toy. Come on, buddy. Come on, buddy. Come on, buddy. Come on, buddy. really have to do this to her again. That's deserved. Oh boy. Can I blame her? Oh my god, I managed it. Now it's time to dip out, probably. Okay. I think I'm catching the hint here. Oh, come on. Zoidberg, thank you for being here. Marshbing, hello. How are you guys doing today? Who could have guessed that 6 was the final boss? I'm assuming she's the final boss. She might already beat the man in the hat. I'm stressed. How are you? I did have a good weekend. Did you? How was your weekend? Suddenly I'm hungry. You know how to do it. Knowing how to do it is just the beginning. You don't recognize her? That's 6. I don't know why you wouldn't recognize her. No. Maybe me, like, right after I woke up, though, if we're being honest. Okay. No room for hesitation. That? I'm the little boy. 6 is the main character of the other game. Hey. It's always the same goddamn door. Where is it? Oh, it's over there? How the fuck did it get over there? Okay. Nuts, hello. Trying to help you, Six. I'm good, how are you? No, I'm not. I mean, I've made progress. Does that count? Getting my ass handed to me by Six, who I've saved her ass multiple times. No, I've made progress. Just learn to follow me through the door. That's good to know. So how do I get that axe somewhere I can use it? That's the answer. Needs to go over there. Can't be calling her over here because it's easy to climb back up. So somehow I need to drag that axe is so poorly positioned. There we go. Pizza Head. Shit. Keep missing my jump. It is very intense. And it's not even really a spoiler because you have no idea how it got here. I managed to do it one time and never again.
Hydrate, bitch!
Thank you for the hydrate. Six, I'm trying to help you. Stop hitting me. Sure, I'm trying to help you by breaking your favorite toy. Oh shit, 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 shit. She does seem to be less sensitive now. Okay. As entertaining as that was, I don't think it answered anything. Shit. It definitely is messing with my head. That is true. Battle Toast, thank you so much for the first time chat. Welcome in. How are you doing today? Takes so long to pick things up and put things down. This battle frustrates me. I was literally just holding the axe. How did it get on the other side of the room? I used it to break through the door. Were you here that one time that I played Getting Over It? I've played it. No, I meant Battle Toast. Okay. Oh my god, I made it. The animation for this battle is very cool. She does smash back. It's very good at smashing back. Oh my goodness! 6, you're back! I don't think she ever gets her soul back. Oh my god, she actually came back for me. That's a first. Dead. Balls. Oh boy. Come on. Come on, buddy. Dude, why'd you stop running? Oh my gosh, so close. take too long. Okay. Come on, buddy. Come on, buddy. Come on, buddy. Come on. Come on, 6. I know you can do it. I know you can do it. Just don't let go. Don't let go. Don't let go. Oh, 6, no. Went through all that work to rescue you. This is how you repay me. You bitch. All those replays of the same scene just to get dropped. Treacherous bastard, yeah. Ooh. Cutscene. I'll go into theater mode for this. Oh, this isn't a cutscene. This is just part of the game. Alright. Back to gameplay. I definitely thought that I was dead. I guess all of this goop. Now it's a cutscene. Theater mode. Uh-oh. Time is passing. Thank you, Battletoast. Those are all me. Had a fun time with that photo shoot. Just sitting in this chair, doesn't need to eat, drink, go to bathroom, just sits in this chair for years. From adolescence, or from childhood to adolescence till... Uh-oh. Oh shit! He's the man in the hat! He defeated himself! Oh god. So where'd he get the hat and the suit? He didn't even change clothes or anything. When did he find, with all of that sitting in the same room, when did he find the time to go hat and clothes shopping? Oh boy. And I guess he became bitter and used his powers for darkness because his one and only friend dropped him off a cliff. When you go through enough midlife crises as a man, you randomly get a fedora and a suit. It kind of grows on you, literally. I'm adding that to my quote book. That's hilarious. Man, I wish that I would just get a random fedora and a suit for going through a midlife crisis. Achievement unlocked half hat. Achievement unlocked signal interruption. Trees, they get old, have moss. We have pinstrip suits and fedoras. Alright. I'll switch to back to gameplay so you can see my face. But I know that games usually will have like a second cutscene after the credits, so I'm gonna wait. Battletoast, I don't think you've been here when I've talked about my quote book, but I have a quote book of real things that people have said while I've been around, or that I have said that I think are really funny in and out of context, so it's all anonymous and I just have random quotes, and I'm adding that in there. I feel like there's been a couple that have come from chats, but I can't remember if it's been a first time they've joined. Midlife. Get It's 8:20 a.m. Oh my gosh, Battletoast, go to sleep. Thank you for hanging out, you've been lovely. But oh my gosh. Urkamus, have a really good rest of your night. Sweet dreams. You must make more quotes. It's been a while since I've added one. I try not to like overdo it, though people do say really funny things. The last one in here is call me your Pillsbury Doughboy because I'm soft for you. I've got a lot of quotable things I could say, but I'm trying to think of non-Joes. They have to be, it has to be organic. That's why I don't allow myself to use it from TV, because there's some really funny things that people say on like podcasts and stuff, but it has to be like organic through conversation that I'm there for. Yeah, but if it's been posted, usually it's been through some form of editing. I don't know, it's just a rule that I made at one point where I have to be there for it. And it has to be organic. So, Little Nightmares 2 was a gift from Necrotic, which was an incredible gift. But I did go and get the DLC as well yesterday because I had a feeling I'd finish soon, so I'm probably going to play the DLC after this. If you want some really interesting organic material to watch, look at this show called Taskmaster. It's a UK show because it's one of the few TV shows where the contestants haven't been briefed, the host hasn't been briefed. That's funny. That's awesome. Yeah, I'll have to check that out. Have you ever heard of, well, it used to be called College Humor, now it's Dropout, and they make a show called Game Changer where all of, the contestants are all people from College Humor, and they don't know what the game's going to be, so they just show up and are like given a game to play. And quite frequently they're not told the rules either, they just have to figure it out as they go. The only one who actually knows what happens is the co-host, because he sets up all the tasks. They get random tasks to do within a time limit, and it can be weird as fuck or very casual. The time frame makes them panic and short circuit. There's like an entire series on their website, dropout.tv, but there's also a bunch of free ones or clips that are on YouTube. My favorite ones are probably the ones by the Noise Boys, where they're just given noises they have to make, and they get points if it matches closely enough. There's a couple really great clips. Oh my gosh, so one of them, I was talking about him earlier in this stream. His name's Brendan Lee Mulligan, and he's a really funny comedian. He's very competitive, and he's made a name for being obscenely competitive during Game Changer episodes. Like even saying things like, I would sell my soul for 1 point. And there's this one game that they made where it's literally just, it's called Yes or No, and the hosts asks everyone yes or no, and if it's the correct answer they get a point, and if they don't get a correct answer that's the point. And if anyone can guess the rule, the ultimate rule of the game, then they automatically win, and there could be 2 winners and there's 3 people there, and it turns out the rule is Brennan Lee Mulligan can't win. Just to see. I'm just gonna pull up the clip before I start the DLC after this. I'm just gonna show you 2 of them of Brendan Lee Mulligan just freaking out. He goes on this long ass rant at the very end once he realizes what's going on. He's also one of those people who knows everything. just a little bit about everything, or a lot about everything. Okay. These credits are very long. They just had an episode where they locked them in this room and they didn't realize that it was going to end up being an escape room. So he's like, okay, yeah, you guys can't see the set yet, so you're gonna hang out here in the green room. And then he leaves and they lock all the doors and they have to solve all of these puzzles, and they just end up breaking everything. And just screaming at everyone. It's really funny. I did not describe that very well. But Game Changers by Dropout.tv. There are a bunch of clips that are on YouTube. It's hilarious. Oh, the one thing you have to watch if you go for Taskmaster is in some of the episodes there's tasks only one of the partaking comedians have to do, but they don't know that only they're the ones doing it, so there's no point, only frustration and confusion. I mean, that does sound a lot like me when I'm looking for my socks in the morning. You haven't heard the rant, it's just 7 types of ridiculous. It's just him going off on a very long-winded speech talking about things not being fair, including like random trivia about the number system and mythology, and it's really funny. And I did sort of spoil the end because you don't start the episode knowing what the rule is, but I have to say watching the episode knowing what the rule is even better. Because you could just watch him slowly, like, well, then maybe you and... Are you Brennan Lee Mulligan? That's when you know you've gone too far. I mean, the stuff he was talking about, I guess mythology, I did learn that when I was rather young. I want these credits to end so I could show you. I mean, if he was asked if he had any of those, he'd probably go with humor. And probably success. I think he's happy with where he is. He's a paid dungeon master. I could not imagine him just openly claiming to have sex appeal. Hey, I'm not denying that. I mean, I don't think I've ever seen him apologize, though. I feel like that's not something that he knows how to do. Exactly. Exactly, yeah. The stories he comes up with, man. Yeah, if you like If you like D&D, I would also recommend watching Dimension 20, which is where generally he is the dungeon master. Sometimes they'll have other people, but for the most part he is the dungeon master, and it's just a bunch of comedians playing D&D. It's really funny. Alright, well that was it. Settle through all of that for nothing. Let's watch some... Actually...
That brings us.
Brennan? I know what's going on here. I know what's going on.
That's what she said.
And if you want me to wander backstage to spill the beans,
There's really no need for us to do that because
it's the final question.
these other
right?
two are in the loop. So
They're in the loop.
Is this
I'm the only one out of the loop, it would seem. And if we check my point total here, I don't need to walk to the front because I know what it is. It's a big old goose egg, gang. It's a fat 0. Hello, a little late addition to the numerical symbol chart brought to us from our friends in Arabia. A little bit of trivia that I happen to know about the history of numbers. That kind of little tidbit would serve me well in most trivia games, unless it had been rigged from the beginning.
Thank you for the hydrates.
Whoa, dude. Whoa, dude. I've only just begun to pull the thread on this sweater, friends. You would think in a game where there were only 2 possible correct choices that one would stumble into the right answer every so often, wouldn't you? In fact, the probability of never guessing right in the full game is a statistical wonder. And yet, here we are. Introduced at the top of the game as a champion. What do you think that means? Icarus flying too close to the sun. But it seems Daedalus, our little master crafter over here, had some wax wings of his own, didn't he? Wanted to see his sun fall from the sky. Oh, how close to the sun he flew. Well, I'm not having it. I solved your labyrinth, puzzle master. The Minotaurs escaped, and you're gonna get the horns, buddy.
Okay, are we?
Can I tell you
we
what
think
the
we
thing
were in
is?
on it, but actually Brennan is the only one in on it, and that was rehearsed?
that was an incredible monologue. Brennan, what is the rule of the game?
Can we all say it?
I cannot win.
That is correct, Brennan. You cannot win the game.
Did we all get crowns?
No, we only got 2.
God.
Okay. And then
That brings us.
one more. This is a different episode, which I'll explain in a second after I catch up on chat. I played it a very little bit, but was told off for playing your character the way it was supposed to. Oh no! What, do I like slushies? Like from 7-Eleven? Yeah. Nuts, I told you I'm not playing Minesweeper today. There was one time where I played. It was fun, but to be honest, I don't like being harassed into playing things, so now I'm just playing it because... or just not playing it because I feel... I don't like being harassed. I feel like I'm being harassed, and I feel... yeah. That's why I'm not playing it. Nuts, I said hi to you when you first got here. Technically, Brennan is in the loop. Because, yeah. I have a blue cup and a pink cup. You're so boring. Because he made a mistake. I mean, I feel like he would be the same way. I don't think you're boring. Okay, so the rule for this game was they are all wearing heart monitors, and if their heart rate goes, they're going through certain challenges, and if their heart rate goes above 20 beats, or like if their heart rate goes above 20 beats per minute, that is above their resting, they don't get a point, and the other two get a point. So they've all been getting challenges that are specifically at people.
To the minigame! Yay! This is a little minigame we like to call Name That Bird. Simple rules. I'm going to show a bird. You tell me what that
And he knows a lot
bird
about
is.
birds.
Calm down.
Brennan, calm down. This is your cup of tea.
Carolyn, we'll start with you. Your bird is?
Pigeon.
Very good, Carolyn. That is 1 point for you, bringing Carolyn to 11. Katie,
Watch his
your bird
face.
is?
Flamingo.
That is correct, Katie. Bravo. That is an additional point for Katie, bringing Katie to 4. Brennan, your bird is? Pheasant. Sorry, Brennan. Guinea fowl. Sorry. I was looking for Siamese fireback. Carolyn, your next bird.
Peacock.
That is correct. That's a point for Carolyn, bringing Carolyn to 12. Taryn into the lead. Katie, your bird is?
Oh no. Is that a chicken?
That is a chicken. Bravo, Katie. On Brennan's heels. Calm down, calm down. Brennan, your bird is?
Oh, I know this one.
Marabou. Sorry, Brennan. I was looking for roseate spoonbill. Roseate spoonbill. Carolyn, did you know that was a roseate spoonbill?
I knew it was a spoonbill.
No points for Brennan that particular round. This last round is worth a full 5 points. 5 points on the line. Carolyn, your bird is?
Penguin.
That is correct, Carolyn. 5 points for Carolyn. Sorry, just penguin? Just penguin? Katie, your bird is? That's a chicken again.
Mr. Chicken.
You know what? I'll take it. That is, in fact, a chicken. Take it. And a rooster is a type of chicken, and so that works. Brennan. Calm down. Worth 5 points. Your bird is? Pretty happy with yourself, huh? This is not a real bird. This is the greater sage grouse. The greater sage grouse.
I remember that.
We can go ahead and revert these points to how they were before the minigame. This was a test to see if I could make Brennan face losing. A river of sweat is running down my back. Oh, Brennan, you were so close to passing that challenge.
Oh!
But at 21 BPM over resting, I'm afraid I have to give points to Carolyn and to Katie. Yes. Did it break on a certain bird, or was it right away?
Yep. Yep, the most obscure birds out there. The first one that showed up for Brandon, I was like, that's not a real bird. But then it ended up, they were all real. He ranted about numbers and knowledge of how they originated in the region. I think he's talking about our written numbers. Interesting. Well, I'm surprised he doesn't know that, considering what a nerd he is sometimes. Alright, let's start the DLC now. Chapter selection? How do I get to the DLC? That's what I just clicked. That's what it was for... That's what it was for Little Nightmares 1. It was chapter selection and then there was just like another one. Clearly I played through. It not been installed? Because I did buy it and then it didn't install. No, reboot wouldn't do anything. I might just uninstall and reinstall. It'll save my progress. However long this takes. Yeah, it's not a it's not a super big game. 8.37 gigabytes. No, I bought it like yesterday or the day before, so I have closed the game since. No, this is the second stream in a row where my stream has been described as cozy. Thank you. I appreciate that. You have shopping and you haven't even gone to sleep yet. Yeah, you should go. Do what you need to do. I'm gonna go turn the light on while I wait for this to download. Yeah, I'll be right back. And coziness is a very key thing for people in your part of the world. Coziness is a very key thing for, I think, a lot of people. The point where we have a whole word for describing. Oh, where are you from? What language? What language are you speaking of? Mark. Well, hello from, California. Cozy time. The cozy feel when you spend time with people, be it family, friends, your house. That is, what is the word? It doesn't. Nope. Danish. But what's the word? Because I like words. I have a list of words on my phone that I think are cool. Hopefully good, but I've also heard people who haven't heard good things. I don't know if I even want to try.
Hygge.
Yeah.
Hygge.
Yeah.
Hygge.
That wouldn't have been my guess. Yeah. The G is a wonderful letter in Danish because it can function as either a G, J, or K. In some words, it kind of does a double job. The C sort of does that in this language. Silence. No, it wasn't silence. There's a word that I read recently where it pointed out that, like, there's a letter that it is in it that repeats 3 times and it's pronounced. Your C works as a C and an S. Yeah, C works as a C and an S in English a lot of the time. It's probably buffering because I'm downloading something. It should calm down in a little bit. Because it's almost done. 91% of the way. I looked it up on Google Translate for how to pronounce it. Hiye? And 9%. You know, most people can't tell the difference between a C and a K, except for C can sometimes be pronounced as an S. Okay. Play Little Nightmares, play Enhanced Edition. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's weird because over here it says that there's only 1.7% dropped frames, which isn't bad. But over here it is saying that the stream is becoming unstable. Latency to broadcaster 31 seconds. Holy shit. If it's bad enough, let me know and I'll try restarting my computer. Well, the download's done now. Okay, so I already did that. So it seems stable again? Okay, that's good. Yeah, I knew that. I just wanted to make sure that once the download stopped, so did the buffering. So there's the first one, second one, third one, fourth one, final chapter, starts over. How to play the DLC for Little Nightmares 2. Gnome's Attic is a short DLC that only involves completing a small task. It will start spontaneously while you're going through the first chapter of the game. That's it? Okay. Well, I guess I do the first chapter again. That's for Little Nightmares 1. Little Nightmares 2, it's in chapter selection. But it's an entirely separate story, I guess. Oh, I should go turn the light back off. Why am I missing? How am I missing the... Okay, okay. I know that there are traps under some of these piles. And I managed to miss the jump. Thank you, thank you. It seemed fitting. Okay. Waiting for something new. Just realized something. Is that not sprinting fast enough? Maybe the bear traps are no risk if you didn't have the hat on? Haha. Great. God damn it. How far into Gnomes? How far into the first chapter does this? imagine about the time you commit murder for shooting a guy in the head. Huh? Okay, actually, hang on. Oh. That would make sense, actually. I need to use the restroom, so I'll be right back. I'll leave y'all with tic-tac-toe. I know you said you have to go somewhere, so... if you decide to go, that's okay. Yeah, the hunter. We called him I like naming my villains, and I named him Shotgun Sam. So yeah, if you decide to go shopping by the time I get back, it was lovely having you in here. But yeah, I'll be right back. Here is tic-tac-toe. I'm back. Good job. It looks like you won. Do I have new hats? Achievement unlocked. How do I look? No. I mean, that's what I'm supposed to do. Just kidding. didn't you grab it? There we go. You're right, I just needed to ask permission first. To declare my intentions. Although, to be honest, wrong way. Yeah, right? Have you played this game before, Battletoast? Interesting. Have you tried streaming? It's like playing a game, but with people there. Why do you think you'd be a bad streamer? And if I could do it, anyone could do it. Let's be friends. You will kill me later. Weird. Take that. Yeah, I did ruin the ending of this game for myself by looking up the order and where they explained that this probably represents the girl in the yellow jacket falling, and time passes, and then this is probably where this takes place, and then time happens. And then this is where Little Nightmares 1 would happen. Come on, 6. What the fuck? Can we be friends now? So we're in an attic now. Man, she's a little crazy. She's both. First time I did this, I ended up getting a glitch where I was stuck in the arm. I had to reset the level. There we go. I missed the gnomes, not gonna lie. there a way to get up there? Was that the entire DLC? I mean, it comes with like 2 hats or something, but... Okay, I don't want to look this up too soon, but... You see another... I can't get anything up there. Yeah, me neither. Thank you. Come on, buddy. How did you get up there, bud? And there's a rat in the cage. Oh, you can hear my dog dreaming? So I got him to follow me over here. That help me in any way? I don't think so. I think it's gonna be my job to jump up there. I don't think that's a paper hat. I think that's his head. Yeah, sure. Do you have any suggestions? Oh. Thank you. Oh, thank you. There be light. Maybe now that I could see, I could figure out a way to... That'll be it. Woo! I feel like that might be important. Alright, I guess that was it. Yeah, I noticed the handles like right after I said, go ahead. That's how it always is, as soon as I say sure. That's the boring way. Alright. Well, that was the extent of the DLC. I wanna make sure it saves, so go to main. Yes, food is very important. Alright, so... No, it's... I mean, I do say that. Oh. Well, it's still important. Probably, I don't know. It's still important. You're not supposed to just stop eating. Regardless. Regardless of whether you need less or not. Food is still important. Food is made up? Oh. Now all this talk of food is making me hungry, and I have some Thai food in the fridge that I was planning on eating. Grab it and have a little bit to eat. And then I'll switch over to reading, which you've never been here before, so you don't know that I do. People say that they like the sound of my voice, so I read out loud from this choose your own adventure text-based story game. So, and I like doing that at the end of my streams. So, well, thank you. I'm glad that people like it and find it soothing. I don't like the sound of my voice, but who doesn't? Or who does? So, yeah. Now that I've done that, I'm gonna go. Yeah, I'm gonna go on BRB again. I'm gonna grab some food, and then I'm going to switch all of this stuff over to Magium. So, yeah, I'll be back. Okay, I'm back. Hello everyone. For the people who have not been here before, they know that the way I like to do this is I like to record everything separately, so I'm going to act as if I am starting the stream over, and then I'm going to explain more or less what I'm going to be doing. The people who are here waiting, listening to the music, it's funny because I came back right as Soldier Boy or Leaves from the Vine started playing, and I've been talking about that song recently. Someone played it recently and I was telling someone else about it. It's been on my mind, and then there it was. Okay, so yeah, I'll just start. Yeah. Hello everyone, I'm Lady Teddy. I'm going to be reading out loud to you guys from Magium, which is a text-based choose-your-own-adventure story app. It is free on both Android and iOS, and it's really good. And there's a lot of different paths that you can take throughout it, so if you guys are interested or like what you hear, I highly recommend you download it and play it for yourself. Like I said, there's a lot of different paths. For the people who would like to get caught up, but they don't want to read it for themselves, all of my previous readings are in a Magium playlist on YouTube. Yeah, so we're going to be starting chapter 2, or we're book 2, chapter 5. We're starting chapter 5, I believe. That's where we left off. They're in the middle of this mage tournament, and they got in trouble for being there when someone killed a noble, so now they are in life or death fighting arena, fighting against monsters and stuff, and they are about to go into the second round. So without further ado, if anyone has any questions, you are more than welcome to ask. If not, I know a lot of people like to just listen to this and fall asleep, and so that is totally okay. That's totally valid. If someone would like to participate, though, I will generally... It's a good, smart, very read-through right now. So if it's a good or smart option, I will generally make the decision for everyone. Otherwise, I'll generally make the decision, but it's not a good or a smart choice. I will generally let you guys make the decision for me if there are people here who would like to participate. So I'll read out all of the different options, and I'll give y'all about a minute. If no one says anything, I'll make the decision. Otherwise, I'll go with the majority of you guys put forth. Stillwater. Oh, wait. Stillwater! Bruce shouts. Hey! Stillwater, are you still listening? I suddenly realize that I've been so lost in my own thoughts for the past minute that I've been completely neglecting my surroundings. Wilhelm seems to have returned to our room while I was spacing out. Judging by Bruce's tone of voice, I can only assume that he asked me a question, but I cannot for the life of me remember what it was. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention, I tell him. Could you repeat that? I was talking about Wilhelm, Bruce says. We can't let him roam free throughout the arena after what he did last round. Who knows who he'll try to kill next? I say we tie him up and leave him here. It's safer that way. Wilhelm is not a threat. Let him do what he wants. It won't make a difference. We don't have any rope. We could just tell him to keep his distance from us. Let him fight with us. We need all the help we can get against that troll. So, in the last chapter, thanks to the hearing stat, we overheard Wilhelm tell the person who hired him that he was no longer going to go through with the job and try to assassinate Barry again. So, I would be inclined to go with this one, because one of these two. Because they are going to need the help, and he knows he's not a threat. So, yeah, one of these two. If anyone has a suggestion, now is your chance. Otherwise, I will make a decision in about a minute. Artash, hello! You're still here. Thank you for being here. Well, thank you for lurking. I appreciate you. Alright. Let him fight with us. We'll need all the help we can get against that troll. If you're worried about me backstabbing you, Wilhelm says, then I'll make sure to always be in your line of sight during the battle, so you can keep your eyes on me without much effort. Would that be enough to put your worries to rest? Dismal Entity, hello! Welcome in. How are you doing today? I suppose, Bruce says, as long as I can easily see where you are at all times, you're not much of a threat. Very well, Wilhelm says. Fighting on the front lines is not exactly ideal for me, but I'd rather do this than be forced to fight alone. I only hope that you won't take advantage of this situation to use me as a decoy. Damn it! Now I've lost my train of thought. What was I thinking about before I got interrupted? I'm sure it had something to do with the troll. As I take another look towards the fighting area, and see the troll waving at the crowds, my previous thought suddenly comes back to me. Hey Layla, I say. Is it just me, or is the troll wearing different armor than the last time around? Yes, Layla writes. It's still anti-magic armor, but now he also has shoulder pads. He probably switched armors in order to make it harder for us to cut his head off again. Correct me if I'm wrong, I say, but isn't this specific model of armor he's wearing vulnerable to regular fire? The armor he's wearing does not protect him against regular fire at all. Layla writes, only against magical fire. That's what I thought, I say, and then I head towards the door leading towards the corridor outside our room. As I prepare to open the door, I return towards Layla to give her one final message before I go. Layla, could you do me a favor? I tell her. I need you to take one of the torches that are lighting the halls and bring it with you to the area when the next round begins. Make sure that you don't let the troll see it when you approach him. When we're both in the fighting area, I'll give you a signal and then you can throw the torch at him. Got it? Yes, but where are you going? Layla writes. What are you planning to do? You'll find out soon enough, I say, and then I walk out the door. Oh dang, Dismal Entity. I hope you feel well rested. Good morning. I make sure that the guards are nowhere in sight, and I start heading directly towards Hadrick's division area. If memory serves, his room should be very close to ours. Hearing check successful level 2. Almost as soon as I exit my room, I start hearing two guards talk to each other very far down the corridor. Did you hear that they're bringing in ogres this round? One of the guards says. You mean the ones that Velgos captured? The other guard says. Yeah, I heard that the troll is holding members of their tribe hostage and he's threatening to kill them unless they fight by his side. One of the tribe members is a female shaman. You don't see many of those these days. Wait, did you say a female shaman? So that's why she had all those strange garments and markings on her face. What do you mean? You saw her? Yeah, one of the cells I'm guarding has a few ogres in it. It's the one closest to the locker rooms. I'm guessing Velgos must have asked the owner to move them there temporarily so he can kill one or two of them in case the warriors misbehave. Ha! Those dumb ogres don't even know their tribe member is right under their noses. Serves them right. If they're stupid enough to get captured, then they deserve their lives. If they're stupid enough to get captured, then they deserve to live their lives as the troll's henchmen. I'm sure they'll both provide us with good entertainment. The guards both laugh and then they resume their patrols. I make my way down the hallway as fast as I can, and I try to figure out which one of the doors leads to the dwarf's room. When I hear Hadrick's laughter coming from behind one of the doors, I realize that I've reached my destination, and I knock on the door 3 times, calling out to him to let him know who it is. Hadrick, are you in there? I say. Yeah, give me a sec, Hadrick says as he opens the door for me a few seconds later. Just as I was hoping, it looks like the dwarf brought more than a few bottles of ale with him to keep him company. He likely tried to convince his teammates to drink with him before the battle, but it doesn't look like he's had much luck. Congratulations on winning your first round, Barry, Hadrick says. Did you come to make a toast before your next battle? Not exactly, I say, but I did come to ask you for one of your dwarven ale bottles if it's not too much trouble. Not at all, Hadrick says. I did say that I owed you a beer after all. Well, dwarven ale isn't really anything like beer, but you get the idea. Take whichever bottle you'd like. I've got plenty. Perfect, I say. I pick one of the dwarven ale bottles from the ground. Now, all I need is a way to reach the fighting area. Sweet dreams, 80. Thank you for hanging out. Now, all I need is a way to reach the fighting area before the beginning of the round. Thank you for the hydrate. Before the beginning of the round, I say, then start looking around. I then start looking around to see if there are any hidden mechanisms that might allow me to open the iron gate by myself. You want to enter the arena before the battle? Hadrick asks me, confused. Yeah, I tell him. You know a way out? Well, no, but there's always the good old-fashioned way, Hadrick says, and then he gets closer to the iron gate. Step aside. He then punches the gate very hard, blowing it out of its hinges and sending it flying towards the arena. The way is clear, Hadrick says. Nice, I say. Thanks a lot. I then head towards the fighting area through the hole in the wall, and I wave towards Hadrick as I leave. See you around, I tell him. See you, I guess, Hadrick says. As I slowly make my way towards the troll, with the bottle of ale in my hand, the announcer starts shouting at me from his elevated platform above. What do you think you're doing? He says. The round hasn't begun yet. Get back to your own division area right now. Do you hear me? Get back. Hey, are you listening to me? I ignore the announcer and I look directly at the troll, walking casually towards him. When he sees me, Velgos stops waving at the crowds and he begins to grin maliciously at me. Did you come here to beg for your life, human? The troll shouts at me. It will do you no good. Your fate has already been sealed. I don't say anything and I keep walking forward. Damn it, the announcer says. Open the gates! Open them now! I hear a horn signaling the beginning of the second round, and the gate to my division starts to slowly get raised. As I keep walking, I make sure that I advance slowly enough to give Layla the time to catch up to me. The troll is still taunting me. He must be thinking that I came here to offer him a drink. I don't think he's ever had the privilege of tasting dwarven ale before. Judging by the burning sensation that I got in my throat when I drank my first bottle with Hadrick, I'd wager that this is the strongest alcoholic beverage that money can buy. Maybe Velgos would be a little more worried if he knew what I had in this bottle. Are you trying to bribe me, human? Velgos says with a laugh. It's going to take more than a bottle of ale to convince me to spare your life. How about you start by kneeling before me? I want every spectator in the crowd to see how pathetic you are before I kill you. I stop right in front of the troll and I smile at him while raising my bottle. Layla is now only a few dozen feet behind me and she's closing in, with the other members of my division not far behind her. She's holding the torch behind her back, making sure that the troll doesn't notice it. Cheers, I say to the troll, Cheers, I say to the troll, while I have my bottle raised in the air. What are you trying to... the Velgo starts to say, but I don't let him finish his sentence. I quickly grab the bottle by its neck and I smash it into the troll's skull, covering him in Dwarven ale from head to toe. The troll seems shocked, unable to understand what is going on. Layla, now! I shout as I jump back from the troll. As soon as I give the signal, Layla throws her torch at the troll, igniting the flammable liquid and causing the troll to light up in flames. Velgo starts screaming loudly as he attempts to extinguish the fire from his head with his bare hands. Layla makes full use of the opportunity and she quickly dashes towards her enemy, slashing one of his shoulder pads right off his armor with one of her enchanted daggers. The troll grabs both of his scimitars in his hands and he tries to cut Layla in half, but she jumps back in time, avoiding his strike. I'm going to destroy you, the troll shouts at us. I will cut you into pieces so small that they won't even find enough of you to give you a proper burial. His eyes are red with rage, as the fire covering him is slowly dying out. The marks left from the burning flames are already starting to regenerate. I suppose I should have expected that regular fire would not be enough against an enemy with such high regenerative powers. What's next then? If I don't quickly decide what I'm going to do now, the troll won't give me any more time to react. Should I go on the offensive, or should I retreat, giving the others the time to join me? Try to cut the troll's head off, try to act as a decoy so Layla can cut the troll's head off, go for a tactical retreat. So, I can also save here. So we can make multiple decisions if we so choose. Currently we've got 6 available points, which we could invest in speed if we decide we want to try and cut the head off, because we're probably going to need speed. But we've got maxed strength, hearing, observation, and ancient languages. So, if someone would like to make a decision, now is your chance. I feel like good smart berry wouldn't really make much of a difference here. So, if anyone would like to make a choice, now is your chance. I'll give y'all about a minute. Two or three? Is there one that you're leaning towards? Well, we could also do both, depending on the outcome. I'll do this one. We shouldn't engage him by ourselves. We already managed to shatter one of his shoulder pads. That should be enough for now. I signal to Layla to retreat, and we both head back towards the other members of our team. The troll is still recovering from the fire, so he chooses not to come after us just yet. In the meantime, 2 very large ogres have made their way out of the gate from behind Belgos, and they are now waving their oversized clubs menacingly towards us. I knew it, our mage teammate says. I knew that they wouldn't make it as easy for us as fighting a single troll. They just had to bring ogres too. Stop complaining, Bruce says. Ogres are easy to beat. They're dumb and they're slow as snails. I could take them both on myself. Alright, would you like to pick the other path, or do you like this outcome so far? Perks of Choose Your Own Adventure. You can make with saves. Okay. Ancient Languages check, successful level 1. Actually, I'd rather be the one to take them on, if you don't mind. I tell Bruce. I'm not completely sure, but I think I might be able to bring them over to our side if I have a little chat with them. That sounds like a stupid idea, Bruce says, but who am I to judge? You can take the ogres if you want. The troll is enough for me. The ogre does not leave us the chance to continue our conversation, and they start running towards us, roaring at the top of their lungs while swinging their clubs. As we've agreed, the others step aside and begin heading towards the troll, leaving me to fight the ogres all by myself. Hey, you! I tell the ogres. We need to talk. The 2 ogres ignore me, and they try to hit me with their clubs. Luckily, even though their strength is formidable, dodging their sluggish attacks is child's play in an open environment such as this. It's about your captured tribe members, I tell them. Still no reaction. Is it because they can't understand common? I know where they're holding your tribe members captive, I say in the ogre tongue. The ogres react to my words for the first time, and they both stop attacking me while looking at me suspiciously. How would you know about our captured tribe members? One of the ogres says. Don't listen to him, he's trying to trick us, the second ogre says. Am I? I say. What if I were to tell you I also know that one of the captains is your tribe's shaman, who happens to be a female? He knows about our shaman, the first ogre says. He must be telling the truth. Even if he is, it's not worth it, the second ogre says. The troll will kill us all if we try to help this human in any way. Not if we kill him first, I say. You're insane, the second ogre says. The troll is immortal. Even if you kill him, he'll still come back to life. There's no way we can beat him. So, you'd prefer to live the rest of your life as his lackeys then, I say. Brother, the first ogre says, we've been at this troll's mercy for too long. We'll never get a better chance than this to avenge our fallen warriors and to rescue their captives. The second ogre looks at his comrade in arms for a few seconds, considering his words carefully. What would you ask of us if we agreed to help you? The second ogre says. Just help me out in killing the troll, I say. After that, I'll tell you where they're holding your friends, and you'll be free to go. Don't worry, they're not being held far from here. You'll have plenty of time to free them and get out of the city before they assemble the city guards. I will hold you to that promise, human, the second ogre says after thinking about my offer for a few more seconds. You'd better not be lying to us. I wouldn't dream of it, I say. The two ogres exchange one final look, and then they turn their back on me, preparing to go fight their former ally. While I was talking to the ogres, I saw Layla and Bruce working together and managed to decapitate the troll. Layla crushed Velgos's head under her sandal, and but the head did not regenerate on the ground. Instead, a new head formed atop the troll's neck, taking him only about 5 seconds to fully regenerate it to its original form. However, judging by the expression he had on his face after he was done regenerating, I'm guessing that this must have been a particularly painful process. As I prepare to join my friends in battle, I take one long look at Velgos, and I try to make a plan of attack. Observe the battle between Layla and Velgos in order to find his weaknesses, lie to the mage in order to convince him to act as a decoy, cut the troll's head off while he is busy fighting Layla. I'll take either the first or the third option. I'm inclined to go with this one since it's smart. But yeah. I'm inclined to go with this one. If anyone would like to object, now is your chance. Okay, cool. While I stand there, thinking, the ogres make a rush towards the troll with their clubs at the ready, preparing to strike. As he sees his former companions turning on him, Velgos's eyes fill with rage. Layla takes advantage of this short distraction, and she manages to cut the troll's head off yet again. Once she crushes his head, the troll starts regrowing a new one on his neck, although this time it seems to be taking longer to fully create it, and it looks like he's having a bit of trouble recreating the exact same facial features that he had before. As soon as his head grows back, Layla, Bruce, and the ogres begin putting pressure on the troll once more, not leaving him any chances to properly fight back. Good gods, the mage says, exasperated as he watches Layla fight. Stop aiming for the head. Can't you see that it's doing you no good? On the contrary, I tell him. I think that cutting his head off is exactly what we should be doing. You could clearly see that the troll was struggling to regenerate his head when it got cut off the second time. Even with his insane regenerative ability, there still has to be some kind of limit to how many times he can regrow his head in such a short period of time. My guess is that one or two more beheadings should do the trick. I take another quick look towards the battlefield, and it looks like Velgos is not doing very well. I don't think he's ever fought so many strong enemies at once before, and he's not used to defending from so many attacks at the same time. I maintain my position, trying to study the troll carefully as he's fighting. I don't get to do that for long, however, because Layla soon manages to find another opening in the troll's defenses, and she cuts his head off yet again. As his head gets crushed once more, the troll begins to regrow a new one from his neck. This time, something is definitely off. The grotesque form that is emerging from his neck can no longer be called anything close to a head. The face is missing, half of its skin, and its eyes are coming out of their orbits. And the shape of it is nothing like before. More importantly, it would seem that his head has not been well enough regenerated to allow him to breathe. The troll is now desperately trying to gasp for air while looking at me and Layla with pure hatred in his eyes. He tries to speak, but he has no air left in his lungs. He only manages to make some unintelligible guttural sounds while taking a few steps forward and stretching one of his arms towards us in a futile attempt to reach us. Once he runs out of breath completely, he drops to his knees and he starts clawing at his throat with his hands, as if he were trying to create a new pathway for the air to reach his lungs. Eventually, he stops moving altogether, and he drops face first onto the ground, lifeless. Well, that was anticlimactic, I say. Hey, Velgos, the announcer says. What are you doing? Stop fooling around and fight seriously. What do you think we're paying you for? The spectators seem to be unsure of how to react. Velgos appeared to be something of a crowd favorite, so seeing him die in front of their eyes must be giving them mixed feelings about this whole thing. They can't really blame us for having killed him, but they don't seem very eager to cheer for us either. What we're getting are a few moments of awkward silence while the announcer is still struggling to come to terms with reality. Velgos, the announcer says, this time in a pleading voice. Don't do this to me. Come on. I bet good money on you. You can't die on me like this. What about the rest of the second round? Who's going to fight the other divisions? Velgos, get up, damn you. Once the announcer finishes his rant, we hear Vennard, the arena owner, clearing his throat from somewhere behind the announcer. Please excuse me, the announcer says to the spectators. I'll be back shortly. He then heads in the direction of the arena owner, descending from his elevated platform by entering one of the upper levels of the main building surrounding the fighting area. As the announcer was talking, I was barely paying attention to him because I was focusing on something else entirely. After studying the scimitars that had fallen from the troll's hands for a while, I'd come to the conclusion that they were both in surprisingly good condition. I'm also quite certain that they both have at least the sharpness and durability enchantments cast on them, so they should be pretty comparable to my dagger in terms of usefulness. I've never really liked wielding two weapons at the same time when fighting, but maybe I could take one of them with me so I can use it when I'm in need of a weapon with longer reach. Or maybe I should take the other one too and sell it at a shop? I'm not exactly sure how much it would be worth, but I could get Darren to identify all of the enchantments cast on it. I'm sure that I could negotiate a reasonable price at the weapon shops. Leave the weapons there, take one scimitar, take both scimitars. Smartberry would definitely take at least one. I'm inclined to take both. I'll leave it up to you guys. I'll give y'all a minute. Alright, one it is. The Achievement unlocked. Divide and conquer. It's always good to have an extra weapon. It's always good to have an extra weapon. I take one of the scimitars from the ground and I put it in its sheath and then I hook the sheath to my belt. Human, one of the ogres says in their language, we have fulfilled our end of the bargain. We are still waiting for you to fulfill yours. Oh, right, the hostages, I say. They're keeping them locked right here in the main building of the Colosseum. The guard said that they're being held in the cell that is the closest to the locker rooms. You shouldn't have any trouble finding those. Just go through the gate over there and take a left. I hope you're not lying to us, the ogre says. Let him be, the other ogre says. He already fulfilled his promise. We have no reason to doubt him. Let's go. Quickly, before they send the guards for us. The two ogres move away from us and they start heading towards the arena gate in order to free their captive clan members. Wait, what just happened here? Bruce asks, confused. What were you talking to them about? Why are you letting them go? I forgot to turn the music off. My bad. Why not? I say. The round objective was to kill the troll. They never said anything about the ogres. They were being forced, but why did they help us? Bruce asks. They were being forced to cooperate with the troll, I say, because he was holding some of their clan members hostage. I told them where their friends were being kept in exchange for them helping us with the troll. You mean to say that you just allowed them to leave so they can get reinforcements? Bruce says, shocked. Reinforcements for what? I say. Listen, ogres may be dumb, but they're not that stupid. I guarantee you that the first thing they'll do after they free their allies will be to flee the city as soon as possible. They're sure as hell not going to stick around and wait for the town guards to assemble. So maybe they'll kill some of the arena staff on their way out. Not my problem. They should have thought of the risks before bringing a bunch of ogres into the middle of a city populated by humans. Fine, Bruce says. Forget the ogres. So what are we doing now? Is the round over or what? We're waiting for the announcer to come back, I say. He's the one who's supposed to announce the end of the fight. After a bit more time, the announcer finally returns to his platform, looking mildly upset. Sorry for the delay, ladies and gentlemen, the announcer says. After a discussion with the arena's owner, Mr. Vinard, We've reached the conclusion that the second round cannot continue after the death of Valgos the mercenary. In other words, the end of this fight also marks the end of the round. The third and final round will commence shortly, as soon as the organizing team is done with the preparations. We apologize for the inconvenience. He then turns towards us. All gladiators will have to wait in their division areas until the beginning of the next round, he says. You will not be allowed to roam the halls any longer. Your rooms will be locked until the end of the third round. This time, there will be no more incidents. I'm pretty sure that he was looking directly at me when he said those last words. He must still be upset because I entered the fighting area before the beginning of the round last time. Oh well. At least I don't need any more information from my notebook. Being unable to exit my division area shouldn't affect me that much. As soon as we As soon as we get back to our room, we hear a person shouting loudly from the hallway outside our door. It's the voice of the ambassador of Allendor. What do you mean everything is going smoothly? The ambassador shouts. Are you mocking me? Not at all, Ambassador, Vinard, the arena owner, says. There have been no problems of any part. There have been no problems with any part of our arena event as far as I am aware. No problems? The ambassador says. The Earl of Allendor's killers are still alive, and you're telling me that there are no problems? I assure you, Renard says, that our guests have been given no advantages over the other gladiators of the arena during these fights. Quite the opposite, in fact. Of course, if you have any doubts, you are free to talk with the organizing team in order to arrange the upcoming duels in any way you'd like. After all, you have always been the one to have the final say during the organization of these events. I've been a fool to leave things in your care until now, the ambassador says furiously. If you are too incompetent to get the job done right, then I'll just have to do it myself. We hear the ambassador storming away from the hallway, presumably towards the room where the organizing team was making the preparations for the next round. Farewell, Ambassador, Vinard says calmly, and then we hear him leaving as well. It sounds like a certain someone really has it out for you, Layla writes while looking at me. Who cares, I say. It's not like they can do anything anymore, even if they try. I remember you saying something similar before our battle with the troll, Layla writes. Yeah, but now it's different. The troll is dead. So are the creatures. I don't see what other tricks they could pull out of their sleeve this late in the game. Really? Layla writes. You don't see any way in which the organizers could guarantee your death in the next round. Not a one, I tell her. All right then, Layla writes simply. A few minutes later, the announcer receives a written list from a member of the organizing team, and after glancing over it for a few seconds, he begins to read it out loud. I am now going to announce the names of the gladiators that will be fighting in the first duel, the announcer says. This will be a fight to the death. The gladiators will need to battle only until one of them is left alive. The gladiators will need to battle until only one of them is left alive. No surrendering is allowed. Get ready, Layla writes to me. Ready for what? I ask her. The names of the gladiators are, the announcer says as he gets ready to read the first line on the parchment. Barry and Darren, the announcer continues. Oh, I tell Layla. The iron gate in front of me gets raised, and so does the one from Darren's division. Will the two gladiators who just had their names called please enter the fighting area? The announcer says in a bored voice. Thank you. Oh, I tell Layla again, not knowing what else to say at this point. Good luck, Layla writes with a serious look on her face as I slowly step out of my division area and into the arena. Okay, calm down. There's no need to panic. I've gotten through every obstacle in my path so far. There is no reason why this should be any different. There's no need to panic, okay? No reason. Just need to calm down. No panic. No panic. While I'm busy thinking to myself, Darren is also slowly advancing towards me, only he seems to be unusually calm about all of this. Why is that? Is that because he knows he can beat me? No, that can't be the reason. Could it be that he's already managed to figure a way out of this mess? Out of this mess? What is he planning to do exactly? Damn it, I'm sure I could come up with the plan too if only I could manage to calm down. Once Darren and I both get to the center of the arena, facing each other, Darren gives me a wide grin and then he drops his sword and shield on the ground and then he throws his hands in the air. I surrender! Darren shouts as loud as he can. I cannot fight this man! How could I? The fight is to the death, healer, the announcer says. Even if this man is your friend. I mean, look at those muscles, Darren shouts loudly, interrupting the announcer. No sane man would ever dare fight such a beast. Suddenly all of the spectators in the crowd burst into laughter. Those arms look like he could smash my head like a watermelon between his bare hands. Darren continues with a mocking grin on his face. And look at the size of his back. May the gods have mercy on my soul. Laugh it up, Darren. Still, I have to give credit where credit is due. The idea to surrender was genius. Genius and yet so obvious. How did I not think of this? While the crowds are still laughing, the ambassador of Allendor is making his way into the fighting area through one of the iron gates, and he is heading towards us. What is the meaning of this? The ambassador shouts, and the crowd slowly fall silent. Why aren't you fighting? This is a fight to the death. You can't just surrender. Well, what are you gonna do about it? Darren tells him with a smirk when he reaches us. The ambassador's face turns red with rage, and then he looks towards me. You there, he says. Peasant, your opponent is disarmed. Finish him now. Finish him off now or face the consequences. Who are you calling a peasant? Peasant? Are you okay? Your face is all red. Maybe we should call a doctor. Finish off Darren. I'll let y'all decide. If someone would like to help pick one of these delightful 3 options, now is your chance. Alright. Who are you calling a peasant? Peasant! As I speak, I use a loud enough tone of voice to make sure that the spectators can hear me. I'm not a peasant, you lowborn scum, the ambassador shouts. You're the peasant. No, you're the peasant, I tell him. You are the peasant, the ambassador shouts with an even redder face than before. The spectators cannot contain themselves any longer, and they all start laughing in unison. Hey, Darren, I say, I think I found someone who is even easier to tease than Flower. Are you mocking me? The ambassador says. Of course he's mocking you, Darren says. I mean, seriously, what did you expect? Did you really think that you could come in here and convince us to kill each other if you yelled at us a little? If you don't kill each other, I'll have you both executed, the ambassador shouts. No, you won't, Darren says loudly so that everyone can hear him. There is no standard arena rule that says we need to kill each other. We only broke one of this rule's event. We only broke one of this event's rules. This means that you can't execute us. You can only make us into undesirables and force us to participate in the penalty round. Those are the rules. I don't care about the rules, the ambassador shouts. I make the rules. You will do as I say, or you are both going to die. There's a loud murmur from the spectator seats after the ambassador's last outburst. The ambassador does not notice, and he continues his rant. Did you seriously think that those rules ever had any importance? The ambassador shouts, even louder than before. This whole arena's only purpose was to have you killed. You were never meant to walk out of here alive. Do you hear me? This whole arena was nothing but a farce. Don't make the mistake of thinking that you have any chance of survival just because you've won 2 measly rounds. I am the ambassador of Allendor. If I wanted, I could have you both executed right now in front of all of these people, and nobody would bat an eye. What? That is how much power I have. Now hurry up and kill each other like the dogs you are, or I will have your heads placed on spikes along with all of your friends. While the ambassador was talking, the murmurs of the crowds, the murmurs from the crowds started to slowly turn into booing that only intensified the more the ambassador spoke. By the time he finished his monologue, most of the spectators had picked up on the booing, and they were getting louder by the second. Off with the ambassador's head! Shouts one of the spectators loudly enough for everyone to hear him. This one phrase seems to have perfectly resonated with what everyone was thinking at that moment, because all of the spectators in the crowd gradually picked it up and made a shorter version of it in order to be able to chant it in unison repeatedly. Off with his head! Off with his head! Off with his head! The crowd keeps chanting as the ambassador's arrogant look on his face gets slowly replaced with a much darker. As the ambassador's arrogant look on his face slowly gets replaced with a much darker and more fearful expression, with a trickle of sweat beginning to run down his forehead. How does it feel, Ambassador? We suddenly hear Eden's voice coming from somewhere. Coming from somewhere behind the ambassador, although the Stillwater himself is still nowhere to be seen. Damn it, not again! Darren says as he hears Eden's voice. Is that Eden? The ambassador says as he looks around, trying to identify the source of the sound. How does it feel to have so many people threatening to end your life at the same time? Eden says, take a good look at these people, Ambassador. Do you think they would care about your high rank if you met them now on the street? Do you think that they would hesitate to kill you, even for a moment, if they were given the chance to do so? He pauses. These are the people you've shunned all your life, Ambassador. Eden continues, and you have done so due to your strict adherence to the belief that all of the people below your social rank were nothing but inferior creatures, unworthy of your attention. Do you still have what it takes to stick to your beliefs now and face the direct consequences of your actions? What choice will you make, Ambassador? Your time is running out. I can almost imagine Eden's smirk, with his closed eyes as he watches the ambassador biting his nails, trying to find a solution that could help him both to calm down the crowds and to have us killed on the spot. The solution, however, never came. I've changed my mind, the ambassador says finally, loudly enough so that the spectators can hear him. We will follow the rules. These two gladiators have now become undesirables. If they survive the final round, then they will be set free as promised. You may continue the rest of the round as you see fit. He then storms out of the fighting area and is far away from the booing noise as his legs can carry him. In the meantime, Darren has picked up his sword and shield from the ground, and he is now looking towards the place where we have heard Eden's voice coming from. So, how is it going, Eden? Darren says. Are you enjoying the show? The empty place that Darren is addressing gives him no answer. You know, I was thinking, Darren says, ignoring the fact that Eden never answered his question. While I was traveling, I've often heard of these new types of circuses where they involve their audience directly in some parts of their shows. I was thinking that since you're such a loyal spectator, maybe we could try some of that. What do you think? He then throws his sword with breathtaking speed right at the spot where Eden was standing invisibly a few minutes prior. The sword passes through the empty space where the still water had been standing, and it falls to the ground a few dozen feet beyond that position. Looking a bit disappointed, Darren lets out a small sigh and he goes to retrieve his sword. Not long after the departure of the ambassador, the announcer officially ends the fight between me and Darren, and he declares me as the victor of the battle due to Darren's surrender. As I'm preparing to return to my division room, the announcer stops me, telling me that I was scheduled to fight to the death with a gladiator from the 6th Division right after my battle with Darren. The announcer also reminds me that as an undesirable, I now have the right to refuse to fight until the penalty round, if I so desire. I feel like the smart option is to refuse the duel. If someone would like to try and convince me that Smart Goodberry would accept it, you can, but unless you give me a good reason, I'm going to pick refuse the duel. Now's your chance. I'm drinking water. I'll have a minute. Okay. I decide to take advantage of my undesirable status in order to refuse the duel. There's no reason to get myself even more. There's no reason to get myself even more tired before the final round. I should use all the time left at my disposal to recover from the battle with the troll. I tell the announcer my decision, and I head back to my division area. As soon as I reach it, the iron gate closes. As soon as I reach it, the iron gate closes behind me, and I turn around in order to begin watching the next fights. The rest of the battles went by without any particular incidents, and without any of the gladiators standing out in any way. However, there seemed to be something of a pattern forming with the scheduling of the duels. First of all, neither me nor Darren nor Hadjic were being called anymore for any of the fights. Kate was scheduled to fight a few times, but she refused every time, taking full advantage of her undesirable status. Secondly, there have been no more fights to the death whatsoever after my last battle. Most of the battles ended with light scratches or with the gladiators surrendering before the fight even began, due to obvious differences in power levels. By the time the third round ended, it was getting pretty obvious that these changes had been specifically requested by the ambassador in the purpose of keeping as many of the gladiators alive as possible in order to get us to fight them all in the penalty round. The winner of the third round was some guy from the 7th Division that didn't really do anything special, but had the luck of running into a lot of cowards who surrendered before their fights even began. Once the winner received his prize, the announcer called for the gladiators to assemble in the fighting area one last time, so the penalty round could finally begin. Will the undesirables please form a line and face the rest of the gladiators? The announcer says. Darren, Kate, and I all head towards the center of the arena, and we stand side by side preparing our weapons. Now, who is ready? Now, who is ready to participate in the final? The announcer starts to say, but then he stops when he sees that Hadric, Layla, and Bruce all move at the same time in order to join our side. What are you doing? The announcer says. You were all on the wrong side. You were on the wrong side. Neither of you are undesirables. Yet, Bruce says. You are saying, the announcer says, that you are voluntarily turning yourselves into undesirables after the event has already ended just to stand by these gladiators' side? The true members of the fourth division shall stand united to the very last blow of the horn, Bruce says. Wilhelm frowns at Bruce, who looks straight at him when he says those last words. After a few seconds of silence, the assassin moves from his spot and then joins our side as well. And what about you, Dwarf? The announcer asks, Hadric. Well, you know me, Hadric says. I always like a good challenge. Very well, the announcer says. While we're at it, is there anyone else that would like to join the undesirables side? The gladiators fall silent, and it seems that nobody else is planning to join us anymore. Good, the announcer says. Then, it's about time that we get this round started, don't you think? Volunteers, please step forward so that you may join this optional round. One of the gladiators begins to move forward, but another one pulls him back from behind. Do you have a death wish? The gladiator from behind says. Don't you see who you're up against? That dwarf pulverized half the manticores and the scorpions all by himself, and that healer in armor pretty much fought all of the monsters by himself too, and he doesn't even have a scratch. You'd have to be insane to want to fight them. Hearing the gladiator's speech, the few other warriors who are planning to join the final round are starting to have second thoughts. Really? The announcer asks, shocked, as he sees that none of the gladiators are volunteering to fight. No one? Do you people realize what you can gain if you kill each other? Do you people realize what you could gain if you kill either one of those warriors in front of you? You can be freed just like that, or get showered in riches. Better to be poor than dead, one of the gladiators says, while many of the others nod in agreement. What do you all think you are doing? The ambassador shouts furiously as he comes running to the fighting arena once more. Why aren't you fighting them? There are dozens of you. Dozens! Numbers don't mean anything when you're up against enemies of that caliber, one of the gladiators says. What caliber? The ambassador shouts furiously. They are just a bunch of peasants! Do you think that fighting them is not worth the risk? Then I'll make it worth the risk. I can give you money beyond your wildest dreams. You will never have to work another day in your life. If you join this fight, I will free you all and give you a high enough status that you will never risk having to fight in a place like this ever again. Just tell me what you want and I will provide it for you. All you have to do is fight. Fight, damn you! The gladiators are all looking at each other with an uneasy look in their eyes. But it doesn't seem like any of them are seriously considering accepting the ambassador's offer. What is What is wrong with you? The ambassador shouts with his face red from anger. Do you have no ambitions? No goals? What is it going to take to make you fight them? What is it going to take? Tell me, you miserable excuses for human beings. What do you want? Tell me, tell. The ambassador's last words get drowned out by a few very loud horns that seem to be all blowing in unison from different sides of the cities. The crowds are starting to panic. It seems that they all know something that we don't. Whatever it is that those horns are supposed to signify, I'm definitely not liking the sounds of this. Oh no, the announcer says, trying to keep calm. Will the spectators please evacuate the area in a calm and orderly fashion? The show is cancelled. I repeat, the show is cancelled. The spectators are now rushing in droves towards the exits of the Colosseum, and while they are not looking very calm and orderly to me, they are at least not knocking each other down, so they still have some sense of self-control left in them despite their panic. Now that he's done with the spectators, the announcer turns towards us. Gladiators, he says, I'm afraid that I'm going to have to ask you to temporarily join the forces of our army until the current crisis gets averted. According to the laws of Thilius, during a citywide state of emergency, gladiators are to be used as resources of the kingdom until the state emergency is officially declared to be over. Like hell we will, that wasn't the deal. What is the emergency? What about the penalty round? Do we still have to do that too? I'm inclined to go with this one. But if someone if anyone has a suggestion, now is your chance. Actually, I'm going to end here. Seems like a decent stopping point. Chapter 5. Cool. Achievement. Transfer achievements to cloud. Transfer checkpoint. Cool. Alright, well. I hope that everyone enjoyed that. Sorry to cut it rather short, although that was over an hour of reading. Yeah, I hope everyone enjoyed listening to that. I'm excited to be moving past the arena soon. It's been a really good stream, got to meet some cool new people, good conversations, finished Little Nightmares. We did the first chapter so we could get the DLC. Yeah. It's been a good stream. So yeah, the next time I stream should be tomorrow. I should be streaming Skyrim. Once again, this was Magium, which is a text-based choose-your-own-adventure story app that is free on both Android and iOS. I highly recommend you download it for yourselves if you liked it, because it's really good, and there's a lot of different paths that you are able to take if you don't feel like reading it for yourself, but you would like to get caught up. All of my previous read-throughs are in a Magium playlist on YouTube. So, you all have been wonderful. You have a really good rest of your day, or night, or whatever it is, wherever you are. I'm going to bed now, so good night.